All right. So I'm gonna start with this. I'm probably gonna show this later, but if the person that I discussed this with is online. But actually, I have to correct myself. I did well. I mean, technically, I don't need to correct myself, but because I said it with a caveat. But the thing was here that I said that Zig has these safety things built in where you could pass constant variables or mutable variables. Basically, those are the two things. But you also have pointers to pointers to either mutable or constant variables as well. So, and if you marked something with constant, you can be sure that the contents didn't change. Well, except for one thing, which maybe I'll come to later. But and if you have mutable, then it means that it can change. So I said that in C you couldn't have a function that takes a pointer to a constant or a constant pointer or something like that. However, after I looked this up because I was curious and I didn't want to just say stuff that wasn't backed up by facts, so I actually went ahead and looked into this, and it appears, when I didn't remember that C had this feature. I know that C++ did, but apparently C also has constant stuff. So you can say, for example, as I have here, where I have what is kind of more convoluted example here, not the super basic one, but I made a struct and it has an int in it, and then we have a value here which is a constant, and so the contents of my struct shouldn't change, and I'm also initializing it here like this. However, there is a kind of a quirk in here. It's like in Zig. Well, okay, let me just explain what's happening more here. So we call this function add5. This function is just returning void, and it takes an integer pointer, a constant pointer, to an x. So this is still a pointer to a mutable integer. If you want a pointer that is well, if we remove this const here and we add const here instead, now this says that this is a constant integer, so it's the content of this pointer is not supposed to change. But if we say it like this means that the pointer is constant, so the pointer is not supposed to change. I'm sorry if you hear that in the background here. My door is vibrating due to the washing machine. But anyway, so but you can also have this, so a constant pointer to a constant integer, basically. So if you just have this, then you can change the contents of this pointer, and you can also change the pointer itself. So you can change the pointer to, you can add it's basically just a number anyway, so you can add stuff to this pointer if you want. However, if you have a constant pointer, then this will become an error in the compiler. And also if you don't plan on changing this pointer, you can mark it as const. And if you have a const like this, const to a constant integer, a constant pointer to a constant integer, then you can't do this either. This will be a compiler error, right? So this whole function, the purpose of this function is to take a pointer to an integer and add 5 to it. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. We're dereferencing the pointer here and we're adding 5 to that. Okay, but what's happening in here is that we have a constant. Essentially a constant integer that we pass in here. So this integer is not supposed to change. However, this still compiles. But curiously, the value doesn't actually change the thing in here. Let's see what's happening here. So you can see that when we run this, it prints out 3. And so what's happening is that we initialize this with 3, we call add 5, and then we print out and we get 3. So the add 5 didn't actually do anything, which is interesting. So also I don't get the error now, which is, oh, because I think I have to change something in order for it to recompile here. But well, let's just say add 7, and now you can see you get a, oh, right, change that as well. So now you can see that it says warning, passing a pointer to a constant integer to parameter of type just a pointer to an integer discards qualifiers. But it still compiles, but the code doesn't work. So the code doesn't really, yeah, the difference between SIG and C here is that SIG treats this as an error and not a warning. And I'm not sure how you can change, if you can change this to an error or what. But yeah, so so a little bit there, SIG sort of enforces this behavior to be an error and not just a warning. Yeah, and another difference is that, let's say you have a function, some random function that takes an integer like this. Now in SIG, this is automatically like a constant. Since it's not a pointer, it's automatically a constant. So you can't have, like, you pass in an integer as this, and it's if it's not a pointer, then it's a constant. However, here you have to say constant x, and now this will be an error here. Okay, let's get rid of this. Yeah, so now that's an error. Cannot assign variable x with const qualified type const int. And but if you do this, then there's no problem. Okay. Yeah, and so that is kind of different. I was thinking about something else as well, but I forgot what it was. There was some other different. Oh yeah, so for the switches, like, I'm not sure how this works in C, because I haven't done this. So I'm just gonna say, I'm not sure how to define this, but we're just gonna say 1, 2, 3. Okay. So this is an enum. Let's see if that compiles. Okay, cool. And so then we will say, okay, I have a constant my enum e equals to 1. Can you do this, or is that, do you have to say my enum dot 1, or can you okay, so I think you have to say enum like this, maybe. Variables, incomplete type, const enum, forward declaration. Okay, I have to check. I have to see here. C enum. Oh, okay. So you say like this. My enum like this. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so these becomes like global, sort of, in the scope. That's also one major difference between C and SIG, is like, when you import something, you don't get a bunch of random stuff in your scope. You actually have to define each thing. Okay, so that works. Okay, so that's one. Now what I wanted to show was, or test here, was if you have a switch on E now, let's say we say 1 and we'll print this is 1. Oh yeah, sorry. I think you have to say like case 1 and then maybe like this. Or do you need these? Maybe you don't. There we go. Okay, so this is also a difference. I'm not sure if this is maybe configurable in C. So does that become a warning? Let's see. No. Okay, I'm just checking here. Okay, maybe this is not a thing in C, I don't know. But let me know if you know, and I'm trying to find the information about this. But basically in SIG, this will be a compiler error because you have to handle all cases. Now you can have like an else, which is the equivalent of default here. Wonder if you can do that. Oh, here we go. Warning. Enumeration values 2 and 3 not explicitly handled in switch. Wait, so why am I not getting the warning when I don't have a default? That's weird. Okay, so you can actually enable this warning. So that is very, very nice. This is like a compiler error in SIG automatically. So you have to handle all switch cases, which is very, very good. I would say it's like a lifesaver. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I wanted to sort of correct myself and also educate myself on what the differences more on what you can do with C. It's actually way way better than I thought it was. However, I would say, I would still say, I will take comp time any day over macros. And I mean, you can do stuff with macros, I guess, that you sort of can't really do with comp time, but well, I guess, the thing is, you can always generate code in a separate step as well in SIG. Like, you can add that to the builds, to the build system that is like built into the language. Man, this thing is really hammering on here. I think I'm trying to fix this. Okay, let's see if that helped. Anyway, let's see. So let's go back to. Oh yeah, I tinkered around with writing a little library in light of the new I/O changes. I I'm kind of doing this sort of library here. Now I started doing this buffered standard out thing, but I don't think I'm gonna keep that. The thing is, in order to print something now, you have to do this. So, well, you don't have to. There are like built-in stuff, like there's a standard log as well, but it adds like a prefix and stuff to the things. But that it is very simple to do that. However, you can also use this. Just write a function that prints the stuff out for you here. So what you need to do is you need a buffer, which is just an array of bytes here, and then you need then you have this standard out, which is standard file system.file.standard out, and then writer, and I put the buffer in there. All right. So now you've got your sort of almost your generic writer. You have to access the interface in order to get like the sort of generic writer functions here. But then you can just use print and flash. So now we basically have a there. And if you look at the example program here, which I can run like this. Oops. Wait. What did I... Okay, let's remove that. Okay, there we go. So, what is age 24? So age 24. So that all works out. And so what I did, now you can do that with this sort of simple thing, with just writing this little very small library here, and then you can just import it and you can do this. So I'm planning on maybe writing a little sort of easy to work with library that you can use instead, like this. So you don't forget to flash, for example. Very, very nice. I thought about writing a library for writing to files and reading files that is more like generic and way more easy to work with. Because right now there's like a bunch of different ways to do it, and you have to call a whole bunch of functions. And so let me show you here. Like, let's say you just wanna save some sort of JSON file, and so yeah, you need like a file name, of course, and then the data, and you can also pass in the type if you want, or you can just pass in data as an any type and it will sort it out. We can sort it out for you. And yeah, that's basically it. And then we have a error void here. So what you can do now is you can say, okay, first we need to create the file. So we need a file, and well, now with 0.15, I'm actually not sure how to do it. I have to look this up here. There we go. Standard file system file. So there should be like create somewhere. Maybe. No. Maybe in file system there's like create. Yeah. So there's this one, create file absolute. So the file name has to be absolute. I guess we could do it so if the file name is not absolute, so you can actually do that. So you can say if path is, let's see, do we still have path? Yes, is absolute. If it's absolute, then this will be standard file system create file absolute. Actually, you know what? This is already built in, so what you do is you say current working directory. Right. Oh, okay, so you don't close the thing. Okay, so we get the current working directory, then we get the file. Maybe that can be a constant, I don't know. File, and then this would be create file, file name, and then you have some flags, I think. Subpath and flags. Yeah, so you can specify these flags if you want. Alright, so we have current working directory, we have a file. This can be an error, so we will say try here. Then we actually need, well, now we need this buffer as well. So now we need a buffer. I'm gonna increase the size of that a little bit, just to feel, I don't know, better. And then we can say file, and we get the writer, and then we can say writer interface print format, and the data is going to be the JSON format of data with options there. And we also need to close the file. And yeah, that's it, I think. So now you can save a file as a JSON file. So let's test this out now. Let's go to main. Let's grab save JSON file. And we will do try save JSON file. And we will say, okay, let's save it to h.txt or something, or JSON. And we will have a sort of struct here with age is equal to age. Okay, and then we'll say I printed your, or I wrote your name to, or age, I mean, to age.json. Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Writer actually needs a buffer here. Is it something else? Error union is ignored. Right, so we do a try. All right, you actually have to pass in an argument there. Okay, there we go. So now we should have a JSON file, h.json, you see there, and we can cat it, and it's empty. Okay. Well, that was wait, what was the thing that you needed to do? Because you couldn't flush the writer, right? Or are you supposed to be able to flush the writer? Yes, I think so, maybe. So let's try and add flush and see if that now works. Oh, we need try flush. That's right. There we go. now let's see if we have this file. There we go, h.json. So now we have the JSON file there. Okay, cool. So that is the steps you need to do in order to write a JSON file, basically. And you probably want to have this function if you want to do this a lot of times. And yeah, but and then you can also, you know, you can catch the errors if you want to print error messages, so you can, oops, you can print an error and you can say could not create file, and then the error, and we will return the error as well. So you get a little log out of what's happening as well. And you can also catch here. Could not write to file, or could not print data. It doesn't actually write to the file until over here, so could not print data. I'm not sure how to actually, could not print data, and there's an error there. Okay, let's just do this. And here's where we get the could not write to file. Error. There we go. Okay, so now we have like we handle these errors in this way, right? So we log out whatever is the issues. But it still works since there's no issues. All right. I wonder. I mean, let's say we say what is like an invalid. I don't know. But anyway, so now we have a way to save a JSON file. However, my interface, I thought about doing something like this, like save file or write file, and then you have file name, and then you have like the type of thing that you need to write. So this will be sort of write file description or write file data. So write file data, and then we still have like a void here. Okay, because now there's a whole bunch of options that you can do. So if we do this, this is a union enum, and so let's say we have JSON. Now JSON needs actually this is interesting because this is no longer working. Well, maybe this could be a function actually. So function, it takes data and its type. Actually, let's do like JSON is a pointer to any opaque, so it's like a void pointer. Okay, but we are losing the type for that though. But maybe you can do struct. Maybe we can say the type here. Type and then any opaque. Is that possible? No. I don't know. That's like a comp time thing. Okay, maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll say format. And then this is still any type here. And now this could just be... Well, this could still be like a union enum, but let's just make it into an enum for now. So it only has JSON for now. Right, so we're basically doing everything we're doing in here, except this formatting function. Well, I mean, you know what? What we could do is just say format and args. So it's basically this giant wrapper around printing to the file. So write file. Now this is a comp time format. It's a string, and args is any type. Okay. So the equivalent here would be write file, file name, and the data. Well, and the format is going to be this, and then this is going to be JSON format data. Right? So that's what you're doing there. Yeah. We could also do this. Write file, that feels better. And printf will be write file to stand it out with format and args. Alright. And now this one is I guess this is more like create the file with this file name. Or yeah, the difference is that here we open the file name, here we already have a file. So I would say this one maybe man, the naming here is interesting. Write file by file name. I don't know what to call it. This is a bad name here. Forget about the format. Because the format is already kind of built into this functionality here. I really like this actually. Because now you can do whatever, all sorts of weird formats by using this system here, which works really well. And here's like write JSON file. convenience function. Okay, and then we can also have well, okay. The thing about reading is you probably maybe don't want to read everything, but maybe you do want to read everything. So we should also add a read file which reads everything. But here now we need an allocator as well. We don't have a format, we don't have that there. So we still need a buffer. Now we need a reader. Let's increase the buffer there. And okay, what about reading? How does that work? If we're just reading the entire thing. For example, alloc remaining transfers all bytes from the current position to the end of the stream, returning them as caller own. So this could be the thing that we actually just call. Transfers all bytes from the current position to the end, appending them to list. Okay. Buffered, that's what's currently has been read. Discard. Fill. Fills the buffer such that it contains at least n bytes without advancing the seek position. So you can alter the buffer as well with this without. Wait, fills or it, okay. Limited, limit, peak array, peak byte, peak struct, assertion buffer. What is this? Struct? Take struct. But it doesn't explain what it does. Okay, example usage. We have a reader dot fixed of this thing. So this is like a buffered or a buffer that we have here, and then we're reading from that. Okay, and we have a struct. Okay, so this is like if you saved your struct as a string of bytes, then you can read it. Then you can sort of not decode. I mean, you're just reading it as a binary here. Take struct, and you have to supply the endian as well. Okay. Oh, so you can read it like this? No, you're comparing this to this. Okay. Okay. I'm just thinking how much of this is gonna be like in the Seaboard library is gonna be a lot that can be changed there. Read alloc. So here you supply the length. Stream, what does this do? So it's like you have a reader and a writer and you're streaming. Okay. So you're reading from that and then it gets put into there. I see. Dot unlimited. Okay, so there's like a limit. I see. Cool. Okay, so read. Where was that? Read. Was there like a read limit or something like that? Okay, so I'm kind of confused about the the naming of these. It doesn't seem consistent. But okay, let's do alloc remaining. It's also weird, alloc remaining, and then you still provide a limit. Transfer all bytes to the end of stream up to limit, returning them as... Okay, well, okay. Yeah, so that's basically what we want to do. So we want to say... alloc remaining. Allocator and... Oh, this is still called GPA here. Interesting. Limit, so unlimited. Right. We're reading in the file. And then we flush. And then we return. Well, this is the result. We return the result. So this is interesting because we are still supplying like a buffer. What happens when the buffer is up? Will it sort of stream in the thing? This is calling append. Writer allocating init on slice list of items. Yeah, okay, so that's an empty slice at this point, I think. Yeah. Writer end. Okay. Remaining limit if it's non-zero. We stream, right? Okay, so it's using stream. Okay, cool. So write file, read file. Yeah, so now we have those. So we're reading it so that what we get out here is a U8. Okay. And then we can, I mean, I guess what we could do is first read the file, then... Well, this is kind of like weird because this is like a synchronous operation. The strength of this interface thing here is like it is reading, so what you can do is you can set this up here and then define a bunch of operations that's actually streaming the file in, so you don't read the entire thing in first and then... Yeah. So, because this doesn't really work with standard in now, right? Because standard in is not gonna close, I don't think. So we're taking this, yeah, this is the operation that we want to use. So we have to do this setup. But here we don't actually flush. Though, maybe it's different with standard in. No, because we take the thing, so that is flushing. Okay, so we take the okay, this is kind of like the lazy operations you have to understand. Okay, so yeah, when you take in the result, you get out of the result, which is the actual data, so it has to flush in order for you to get this data, otherwise you wouldn't have it. And this also flushes, so we don't actually need to do this, I don't think. Okay. Now write file. We open the file, and we don't now we don't need to do this. We can say write file instead, like this, and we don't need to flush. However, no, we're still, yeah. Let's move this over here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Right. So, if we go back to main, right, this should all still work, I guess. Let's remove this. No, got some errors. Right, JSON file. Oh. Root error union is ignored. Try write file. Expected 2 arguments, found 1. Oh, we need 2 arguments there. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so now we should see here, so that works. Okay, cool. All right. So we got writing done. Writing is probably the easy part. Let's see if we can do read JSON file. Now we need a type at this point, so we need actually a type that we want to read in. Actually, it's probably not gonna be that difficult. We need type. We also need allocator. And this is gonna return a T. Okay. So I'm not gonna use this function here. This is for reading in the entire file as a string. But I'm gonna use the same sort of things here. So we need a reader. But what we are doing is, so that's the file reader. Then we need a JSON reader, standard JSON reader init. I think. Hang on, let me check. Standard JSON reader. Okay, we need an allocator and an IO reader. So allocator and IO reader, which is reader.interface. All right. Now we also have to deinitialize the reader. Then you yeah, so we open the file, that's right. So we need current working directory. We need a file. Now it's open file instead. Could not actually. Okay, I was thinking of how to sort of generalize this, because it's not gonna be only for like JSON files, but I guess we'll figure it out later. Could not open file. Turn error. Okay, so now we have our file. We want to close it at the end. What else do we want to do? So now I think it's like standard JSON parse. Let's see. What is it? Parse from token source leaky. Yeah, this one. Which takes the type, allocator, the reader, which is the JSON reader, and it needs, I think it needs a pointer to it. Maybe? Yes. And the options, which we just leave out there. Okay, and that is that. We want to catch an error, and we want to say could not read JSON file. Now the error message that you get here is not really that great, but there are like some diagnostics you can enable on JSON. But I actually wrote my own sort of JSON error reporter to see better where the issue is and which field it's, so you can see exactly in the file where the error is, because otherwise you just get this unknown field or missing field or something like that, and you don't have no idea what actual field it's talking about. So this is file name. I have to wrap it like this, and error, and return the error. Alright, so this is T, so we just return that. This will return the type there. So that's what you need to do in order to read the JSON file now. And let's try it out. Wait, do we need to? Yeah, we shouldn't need to flush here because we're getting the data out from this function here. So let's see. Right, I wrote to this, and then JSON is going to be try read JSON file, and we need a couple of things. We need a type. Okay, I don't actually have the type. Let's create this type here. Sure. Just in case. Type is an age. What we need allocator and the file name. That's it. Okay, so we got that. Age, and then you can type any to get a lot of information when formatting something out. I hope that works still anyway. Okay, let's see if we can run this now. Oops. Oh, we got some errors. Oh, I need to import it. And let's see, we'll do this first. So 52, use of undeclared identifier file. Right. This is, wait. No, what am I doing here? This needs to be over here. There we go. Okay, so now we get this error here. Because age, we don't read age as a number, we read it as a string. And so, yeah. The thing is though, we could probably read it as a number. I'm gonna try something here. Get JSON line. And we return this T here. So we're reading in a JSON from the standard in. And we're taking that in. We can actually create a reader as well. So let's create a write buffer. That's the standard in. Let's see. I'm gonna try this. So I want a writer fixed to this buffer. Okay. Wait, do I really need this? Wait, I'm gonna check something here in the documentation. So Because what I want to do is basically stream in from the reader to a writer that writes. Wait, no, wait. I need a reader that reads it as a JSON. So it's basically the parse function. Okay. So we don't need this writer. We're gonna. This is. I mean, we could just parse this from. We could parse, like, if we say that, okay, enter is actually going to be the end of the thing. We have to say that because, yeah. And then we do the JSON. It's going to be JSON parse from slice. Where is that? Parse from slice. Leaky. So you need T allocator and the slice, which is trimmed, and options we don't care about. All right, so now that should be that. We don't need to do this. We can, well, we can just return this, I guess. Yeah. And now the thing is, if T is the type, is some sort of type that needs allocation, then I guess the user will have to sort of deal with that. We're just returning, if it doesn't require any allocation, then the allocator is only used for, like, in the internals of parsing this JSON here. But okay, so let's do that. Let's do get JSON line. No, it's over here. Instead of get line, we do get JSON line, and we need U32. So now age should be a U32, perhaps, if this works. Oh yeah, so now we can remove this. Oh, there we go. So now the age.json is actually, this is actually a number now instead. Okay, cool. And it also, we can read it in and print it out as a JSON or as a SIG type there. Okay, pretty cool. It's nice doing this because I'm using JSON a lot, and it's also nice to have this sort of convenient functions. As well. I mean, I'm not really using standard in, but it is nice to sort of practice a little bit on how to do these things. It would be cool if they the same kind of thing they're doing with formatting here. Like, you can format this in any way you want. This is just a straight up thing, so it's formatting as a number. Where is the write JSON file? So this, we're sort of, this can be write file by file name. This is the same as saying, okay, the file name is this, and then you have a format which is F. And then you have to specify the format. So you will do. But all this is saying is basically, hey, I want to write to this file name this format string, and here we have like an interpolation here. So this is the thing, and we want to use the JSON formatting function to format this value. So this ends up being a very sort of configurable way of formatting strings when writing. However, when reading, there's no such equivalence. You have to use these. You have to do it like this. So you have to use this function like this to read from this. There's no like equivalence of reading from a generic sort of reader to read how you want to read it. It would be cool if there was like some sort of way to do that. Like let's say we have a reader. No. Let's say we have a reader buffer. No, wait, we don't need a reader buffer. We need a reader that is gonna be standard IO reader fixed of this buffer here. So now that we're creating a reader that reads from this buffer. All right. It feels very Java, by the way. Okay, and then what we do, I just got flashbacks to the Java string readers and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so reader, then we say yeah, just the equivalent of print, but for reading. So I don't know what to call it, like read, print, read, whatever. I don't know. And then you'd supply, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know how this would work. But let's say this is like a formatted thing, and then you still do the same thing, except here you provide some sort of, I don't know, reading function, parse from slice, or parse leaky or something. I don't know. This would be like format read instead. And then you have like the type or something like this. And maybe you can provide an allocator, I don't know. Or maybe the allocator is provided here, actually. Yeah, something like this, so that it goes both ways. The reading and the writing both have this sort of interface to work with, so it's like consistent, because right now it's not. I'm not sure if this is like feasible way of doing it, but it would be cool, because then you can, yeah, then it's gonna be sort of consistent. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna keep on working on this like sometime, and start using my own sort of this library here until the standard library is like has like more convenient ways of doing these things. I don't know. Especially like the JSON stuff is. I need to check if the JSON, the diagnostics of when a JSON error is happening, if there's a better way of doing it now, but. Right. So yeah. So anyway, so we're gonna continue working on the editor here, working on the updating from 0.14 to 0.15. There's like, we get the code. The code is running now, but there are a bunch of issues left with the flushing. I have to flush the files, because otherwise I will lose data in my project files. I'm just gonna grab a cup of coffee and I'll be right back. let's continue here. So yeah, last time we ran into the issue where the files were empty because we forgot to flush the things. So yeah, this needs to be flushed, and yeah, let's just flush it. Report JSON error to writer. Okay, yeah, so that's good. I guess we would like to just defer that, because if something goes wrong, then we still want to flush the things, I think. Okay, so let's see here. Same thing here, I think. Report JSON error. We're writing into the interface standard out. Let's defer standard out interface flush. I also would like the LSP to work, but that might be too much of an ask right now. So here we're creating the writer. Don't forget to flush. Very important. So now the session should be stored. So let's actually try this right now. If I run, oh, we got an error. Try not allowed inside defer express. Oh, I see. Whoops. So defer. So okay, so what happens if we don't? Do anything with that? Error union is ignored. Okay, I guess I have to flush, or I mean, I think I have to catch them. Wait, oh. Okay, we get some diagnostics here. Wait, do I have to have a scope around here, or could not flush? Okay. A bit annoying to have to do this every time, but I guess that's also my fault for not generalizing this part. I should, you know, as I was trying to do with the library there, do this more easily. But I just wanna get this working by this point. Wait. Oh yeah, I don't think I have to change this part because we don't use this anymore. Let's see, here we have a writer. Oh, this won't work anymore, but we're not using this, I don't think. Yeah, this is the template, it's like very old. I should probably just remove that. Here though we have a thing, so serialize. I mean, we're passing in a writer, so we should really flush maybe from the thing that actually calls this function, which is happening in here, or not. No, document here. Here we should do it, so flush. Right, that takes care of all of those. So basically any function that receives a writer doesn't have to do anything. No. Okay, was that it? Let's do a test now. All right. I'm gonna maximize. Okay, open our project. There we go. Project options. So this one is working. Now if I exit and enter, it should restore it. There we go. So the session works. Now I'm gonna try and create a new, I guess, time app. And I will save. Okay, let's reload. There we go. So okay, so now we're flushing. That could be very dangerous because we're opening the file, we're truncating the file, but then we're not flushing what we write. So basically the data is gone. So it could have been really, really bad if we didn't see this from before, and yeah, just got all the files basically disappeared. So to lose that sort of reminds me that I should probably like back this up. Although it is stored on Google Drive, I'm not sure how the backup system works there. Oh yeah, I should remove this guy. There we go. Okay. So that was for the game editor. Let's see if we have anything. Oh yeah, we have the save file. The save file in the game as well. But luckily that's just one place we have to fix this. Okay, I'm not sure what the difference is here. Default flash, it says repeatedly calls drain until end 0. So what's the difference? I guess it depends on what this does. Default flush implementation drains all repeating at the end of 0. However, it is legal for implementations to manage end differently. Right. So if you want to make sure that you're flushing everything, I guess you want to use this. Okay, this is a little bit tricky because it depends on what you're flushing and how it works, I guess. Well, let's just use flush. Okay, so now the save file should work. Let's see if we can make it work here. Oh, my controller is dead. Let's just use. Oops. Wait. Where's the? Okay, I'll just connect my controller here. 1 second. Because I thought I mapped the keyboard as well to E for like activate and talk. Maybe there's a bug there. All right. There we go. Let's enable this. Okay, so let's grab this quest. So now we have a quest, and we will quit and reload, and there we go. We still have the quest. So the save file works. Okay, great. And I believe that's everything we are doing with writers in the game code, or maybe not. Oh, yeah, we need to, okay, we have a bunch of tools in the build system as well. We need to fix those. What? Why are we... Oh, because of like, this is like error messaging, error messages. Okay, let's just do that here as well, I guess. Whoops. Spawn. Save is done. JSON. Standard outrider. Oh yeah, this is the JSON. This is like the report thing. So we need this to be called like this. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the tool. Okay, so we fixed the tools. Because those have not been updated to the latest version. Okay, so let's see. Right, we're creating the file, we're creating a writer, but now this needs a buffer. UX find buffer. You need to be mutable. Let's call this like find writer, and we get a writer. Differ writer flush. There we go. Okay, yeah, and this is only for like the WebAssembly stuff, but it's nice to actually do it now while we're upgrading everything else. Okay. Then we have tools asset index, so it's the same thing over here. Oh yeah, here we have reader as well. Okay. Now the JSON reader we don't need to flush. Here we have another one. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to flash this. Oh, another one. Okay. All right. Oh, I just copied, you know, all. Yeah. I'm not proud of this, but I just wanted to make this work, so I basically just copy this. I mean, this should, well, I don't know. Okay. Write index writer. Here we're writing stuff as well. Oh, and stringify doesn't work, so we have to do writer print format standard JSON format. I think this is a better pattern, to be honest, because it is very generic. It plays into the formatting stuff. We need to specify the type. This is the type over here. Wait. Yes. No, wait. We need to, this is the value. That's right. Oops. P. Okay. And yeah, so we're formatting the JSON value. There we go. And we also don't forget to flush here, so there we go. Write resources, resource JSON. Okay. JSON value, JSON. There we go. Copy file from original. Hang on. Copy file. Right, I think that's a different one. That's fine. I was thinking if we're writing to something that was that we then copy or something. I don't know. All right. I think that should be it. Let's see if we can do the. So this would be sig build web, I think. No? What did I call it? Oh yeah, you have to target, that's right. So you have to change the target. Oh yeah, I have build web, that's right. Build web. There we go. Let's see if this works. Did the cache disappear as well? I guess since we changed the version to 0.15, maybe the cache went away. Like the global cache. got some errors. Spawn, oops. Oh yeah, interface. Right? No, writer, right stream writer. No, that is already... What? Oh, I see. This is like the old version. Okay. So you have to say writer.fixed. There we go. And now this is the actual writer, so we don't need to do that. There we go. That is like one of the few cases where this made things simpler. It's probably, you know, I'm probably not seeing the bigger picture. I don't know. I'm just seeing how it's affecting my code, but it could be that it was bad from the start. I don't know. Oh. Buffer. I'm not sure about this actually. Contest not yet drained. Yeah, because before you had this fixed buffer stream. Everything was written to it. You could get with get written. What would the equivalent be now? Yeah. So I guess the difference is that the new one can get drained. Are we doing it? We're flushing at the end here. So do we even want to flash at this point? We already have the buffer and then we print to it, so maybe we don't even need to flash it actually. We're just using it like this. Okay. Okay, I guess it works. Yeah. Cool. Great. All right, so that all works. Let's see, and I'm guessing it still works normally as well. Desktop version, web version works. Yeah, cool. All right. So I think now we can officially say that we've upgraded from 0.14 to 0.15. Now I'm thinking about making a video on this unless someone already did it. New features. Oh, interesting. I'm only seeing like... Now here's 0.15. upgrade. Yeah, so basically just talking about the issues that I ran into and showing like how to fix these kind of things. But I feel like I need more experience with it. I don't know. Maybe I'll just show what I've learned so far, and then people can sort of fill in if they want to. I don't know. Because I've not seen, like, that's the thing with Zig. Like, there's not a lot of, the documentation is kind of lacking, and there's not a lot of answers if you want to Google stuff about Zig. You're probably not gonna find a lot of answers. So it's nice to have some sort of thing, especially now when 0.15 is pretty new. So yeah. All right, so what now? Let's see. What now? What now? Like, what are we doing here actually? We're creating a buffer. We're creating a writer, which is a fixed buffer for this buffer. So we're creating a writer that can write into this buffer. And then we're printing. Okay, so we're printing the properties as a string into this buffer. Right. And then we're reading it. Because the properties are a value. I think you don't really need to do this. I think actually, so what I'm doing is basically we have a value. This is a JSON value. This is already parsed from before, from a file. And then my idea was that, okay, I can write this into a buffer as a string and then read from the buffer with parse from token source leaky like this. I mean, I can even skip the token source part and use like slice, but I think I'm using the reader to report the error properly like this. But what I think I can do is, I think there is a function called JSON parse from value leaky. So you don't even need to create a string from it. You can just pass in any value. So basically, this part, we don't even need all this. I'm gonna, well, let's just, let's keep it for now. And the reader, well, then we don't have a reader, I guess. So it's gonna be interesting now how this will work here. Because we're not gonna see the correct, I guess, error message now. Maybe it is, maybe that's, I guess in case of an error, we can stringify it but then we don't know where the position, where the error happened. So I'm curious about how to get like diagnostics. Okay. Well, okay, anyway, so yeah, but if you use value, if you have a value, you don't need to do all this. But I'm gonna do it anyway since I want a proper error message for this. Okay. But what I will think about, what I want to do is, I basically want to, this part, probably move this out into a, like some sort of library or something instead. All right, well, okay. whatever. Let's continue. I'll do this off stream because I feel like I can focus more on stuff like that off stream. 1 second here. Okay, so what do we want to do? What is on the to-do list? What were we doing like before? Oh yeah, we were doing like the locked key stuff. So basically we get this quest and then we go to the boss. Well, I removed the shortcut now, so let's skip ahead here. Wait, there we go. I'll go up to the boss. No. Oh yeah, actually we do need this item as well. So you get this item. Wait, why does this not work? This should close this door here. Okay, we found a bug. Player. Okay, let's look at the logs if we got any errors. Error parsing unknown field. Yeah, so here you can see the example here of an error happening. So you can see exactly where the error is happening. So that is what that report JSON function is doing. Okay, so unknown field subtype array subtype entity reference. No, but I said that it should ignore those things, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. No, that's format. Where's no? This is the entire wrong thing. Where would that be? This would be in spawn. Yeah, parse properties. So here we do ignore unknown fields true. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Now it's closing. And if I reload, is it still okay? Well, now it's I have to do this if I want it to be correct. Alright, so then you go over to the boss. Oops. Now, did I make this easy mode? Yes, I did. So then you have to kill the boss. Okay, now the quest is complete. Or it's, well, it's not complete, you have to turn it in first. But there's no way of getting out of this room, so we have to exit, move over back to the village, and now this is done, and now we get the quest item. Whoops. And we can go over to this house, which should now be unlocked, and we can talk to this guy and buy our double jump, but we don't have enough gems. Okay, cool. So that all works. Great. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what more we need to add, like system-wise. Let's see. Oh yeah, using items, I guess, is one huge thing, because we do have like usable items, but we have no way of actually using them. So let's figure that out, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Okay, where do we want to start with this? I mean, I guess the input, right? Like, we want to figure out how we want to do this. So, I mean, there is a button that we don't really use, which is the up. The sort of on the right side, the up button on the right side of the gamepad. So that could be like use item or something. Sure. Use item. That's gonna be right face up. Okay, so now we have an action there. And handle player inputs. Okay, and so let's consume that. Why is this not working? Like some of the, it feels weird. It's like some of the code is like the LSP knows what it is, but then it doesn't understand this. Oh, I think it's because this is like imported. So for some reason it doesn't understand this import. There's something weird with LSP. All right. Okay. So use item on. So when can you do that? I guess it could be like a separate thing. It's like always available, maybe. If we do that, I don't know. We probably don't need this. Okay, use input. Okay, fine. So we have registry, play components. Okay. Now what's gonna happen here? So we need a input state is use item input on. Remove that in here. If this is on, we use our item. Basically, so well, we don't really have any code for this right now. Let's check what we can see here. Well, we have inventory. Oh yeah, we don't really have like a selected item, a notion of selected item. So maybe that's something that can be on the player component. Selected item. Now this could just be like an item type, or it could be like a usable item, I guess. What was it called? Inventory. Item usable type. Usable type. I guess it's nullable if you don't have anything selected. Initialize it to null. Okay, so we need to import that. Okay. Let's call it selected usable item. Sure, why not? Okay, so yeah, we need a way to select it. We do have the select screen, but now we need to sort of implement that as well. I think what I'll do is I will just say, let's go to inventory. No. Let's go over here. Wait, where's the input? There we go. So let's say let's say this is selected is null. So selected usable item is equal to either this. No. If this is null, then we set it to health potion. If no, yeah, that's it. We just set it to health potion. Fine. Okay, then we grab that, and now we know that we have it. So that's or else unreachable. Okay, so what we can do now is we can say if the amount is more than 0, then we remove it. We remove one item and we activate the ability. So I'm not sure if well, I don't really have, wait, health potion. Do we even have any thing for that? No. Yeah. We don't have a way to actually use the item, I guess. Okay, well, let's just we could add a like use item. We could add maybe a convenience function here. Item, so usable type. We also need registry. I mean, I guess we could say if we have, if this is less than, if this is 0, we just return. So then here we can just say inventory use item. No. Right. Yeah. Okay, and then we're done there. Alright, so we're using it. Let's say we'll remove it, and then we also switch on the item type. And if it's a health potion, we do something. So if it's a health potion, we will get the player component. No, we will get the player. And we will say we will get the health. Get. And we will. Yeah, we don't have like a heal, I guess, function really. So I guess we have hurt, heal, heal. I guess it can be called damage. Sure, why not? And I wonder if we also return pending. That pending damage is a bit interesting because pending damage is basically buffered damage during the frame that is gonna sort of deal damage at a certain point of time in the frame, or at a certain order, because things happen in a certain order in the update function. So the pending damage, I don't think we're gonna deal with that. It basically means that if you heal the same frame as something deals damage to you, even if you heal to full, you're still gonna take this damage. Unless we consume the pending damage first and then also heal. I guess that's better. Also, the damage scale is getting into account here. No, that's not getting into account. It's already accounted for. Okay, So would say remaining damage is equal to damage minus pending damage, and if it goes below 0, wait, okay, we'll do this in the stupidest way first. So let's say if damage is more than pending damage, then pending damage is 0, and we have remaining damage is damage minus pending damage, and then health is equal to the minimum of max health and health plus remaining damage, or remaining heal, I guess we can call it. Right, but if okay, so otherwise, so let's say pending damage is more than 0, then we say pending damage is negative equal to damage, and then we're done. Otherwise, it means that we don't have pending damage, and so we're just setting health there. I was just thinking of doing the same thing, except in a like more clever way, I guess. Like having like a remaining heal, except if it's negative, then wait. Yeah, if it's negative, then that means pending damage was more. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about this for now. This should be fine here. Okay, so we're healing. I'm just gonna go through this again to make sure here. So if damage is more than pending damage, we remove all pending damage, and then we heal for the rest. This could mean that pending damage is 0 already, but we handle this case here. Actually, if it's 0, then we don't actually get in here. This is probably then not necessary. This else here. And if damage is less than pending damage, then this should always be the case. So I think we just do this. Yeah. If damage is more, we set pending damage to 0, and we heal for the remaining heal. If damage is less than pending damage, we just do this. Okay, yeah. All right. And yeah. Now let's go back here, and now we can say we want to heal. And how much do we want to heal? So I don't know how much we want to heal. Let's say, I don't know, 5. Okay. And okay, let's see if we can. Oh, that's some weird code left there. Yeah, that's fine. Does it work now? Okay, seems like it. Okay, my controller Come on. Wait, why is it not working? Okay, hang on. What's happening? Okay, I'll try and restart my controller. Sometimes it bugs out, especially when it's like low on battery. Well, it might be something else. No, those controls still work. Okay, let's just try and do things. Like this. I just want to fix the mapping of that key here. So this would be activate, right face right. Yeah, that's E. So why is it doing that weird thing? Okay. Oh, the combo is also E. Okay, that's the reason. Let's do oh yeah, because it's Q and E. Combo and okay. Well, let's just remove the combo because I'm not really using the combo. I think the combo is gonna disappear anyway. So what I will do is I will handle combo. I will simply not call this. There we go. Okay, so now I can talk to this guy. Oops. Alright, let's go and talk to this guy. So this guy can get us a health potion. But instead of doing all that, what we can do is we can go to inventory. And we can say... Where did I do the thing? Where? Wait, somewhere I had this thing. Oh, down here, that's right. So, oh yeah, here we go. So here we can say, okay, health potion. I think that should be it. So now we should get that, except the save will override it, so I think I have to remove the save first. Yeah. Well, actually, I can just go down and do the quest, I guess. There we go. Okay, so now we get the now we have the health potion there, the beautifully drawn health potion, and we can use our key to do it. Except I just mapped the key. I don't think I have a equivalent on the keyboard for that. Right face up. That is not mapped to anything for the keyboard. So if is key down, so what would this be? Using an item, I don't know, or I guess alright, let's try that. still have our health potion. It would be nice if it was like visible as well. Maybe that's what I work on, like fleshing out that kind of thing. Let's go ahead and get hurt here a little bit. There we go. Now I'm pressing R. There we go. We got back our health. This is now gone. Let's see if we can do it again. No, now we don't. Now we can't do it again. Okay, cool. So we have the basic functionality there. All right. We could probably add this to the UI. Let's see. Where's the health? No, where's the UI stuff? Is it in here? Oh, menu, that's right. But the menu is... No, where's the, like, the drawing health? HUD, right, HUD it was called. Okay. Right. Guess we'll add this here. Draw usable item. So we'll have one item to start with here. We get the play component. The texture, I guess, is the same thing. Okay, yeah. We actually need... Well, we need the same sort of logic that we use in the menu, I guess. Draw item something. Item cell. Oh yeah, we need these things. And what is the item type? So the item, okay, we need the item type is the payload of that, right? So we don't really need to realize the thing. We already have the item type. Hey, Mike on Pinto Brew, how's it going? Am I saying your name correctly, or? Let's see. So the item type is going to be usable, and then player component, inventory, selected. Actually, you know what? I can do this. Selected item is going to be player component, inventory, selected usable item, or else we break in out. This is kind of like a go-to here, but I guess it's better. It's correct. You can call me just Mycon. Okay, cool. Doing the Zig upgrade on my project. Oh, how's that going for you? Did you have a? Is it a large project? Did you have to do a lot of changes? Let's see, selected item. Yeah, so if you don't have one, we break out of this. But I still want to draw a border around it. So, let's see, and then amount, we could have that. let's just have inventories. But we don't really need it to be a pointer though. So now we can move this a little bit here. Wait. No, this is selected item. That's right. Few changes on build.sig so far. Alright. So if you're using managed array lists, file like reading and writing files or other types of reading and readers and writers. What else? Printing with formatting functions, printing with the D format specifier for numbers. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you have to do. All those things that are listed there is changed in the new version that you have to update. What else? Using namespace is gone. I'm only using static vectors for now as it is a minigame. Okay. So you're using so you're not using allocators is what you're saying, or let's see, amount, yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. Texture component is that. Draw texture target. What was that? Oh yeah, so we're drawing the texture on, okay, yeah. So this would be put in here. And then we're drawing the amount here. I don't think we're gonna draw the X. Get item amount, item type. Oh, that's just the amount. We have the amount there. So I'm thinking if the amount is 0, it's gonna get disabled. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so is this enough? Texture component is not used. Right, where's texture coming from? Texture, get texture. Oh, I see. Wait, did we have draw texture component? There we go. And I guess offset. Source. All right, let's see what this looks like. Field name selected. Oh yeah, that's on play component, isn't it? Hard 91 expected. This needs to be like an item type. There we go. That's it, I think. Okay. Okay, so we have one. Now, but it doesn't show up here. Oh, because it's not selected, maybe. So if I press R, okay, there we go. Now it shows up. Well, funnily enough, it shows up like at the gem part. That was actually pretty funny. I could actually imagine a game doing that. But I do want it to be somewhere else. So let's put it somewhere else. So how many grids down? Like 2 spots down, maybe. I think we just press the button, it will select it, and it will show up. Oh, sorry. 2 down like this. Okay, maybe 1 down. There we go. And then this is gonna be like 0.25 or something. Hopefully it's in our code good enough to be able to share. I mean, if you want me to review or something, I could do that if you want. There's no, I mean, we were all beginners at some point, and I'm still, you know, everyone is still learning. Okay, let's, should we do this? Yeah, I forgot about this. Let's see. Okay. So what I'm thinking is I want a rectangle thing. Draw a rectangle. Where are we doing this? Textured. Rectangle. No. Let's do like. That's the size. And then we add offset. No. No, so this is the position, right? This is the position, and then the offset is this. Alright, and then this is the anchor point. Well, we can just use the position, I guess. Well, maybe not actually. Well. No, let's do that. And then this is like 2 by 2, I think. All right. Okay, so let's see how this works now. Thanks. I will send you on Discord as soon as I remove the global variables. Okay. Well, I won't be too harsh, I promise. I will give you maybe, yeah, we'll look at trying to give like tips and tricks, I guess. I don't know. It's just if you want to, you know, it's okay. There we go. So we got this border, but I want it to be over here. So why is it going up like that? Do I need it to be like bottom right? Okay. Well, this should be first, and then the texture. Okay. So then we move the offset. No. This. We move this by, I think, a half. There we go. That's kind of what I was thinking about. Maybe we can move it even further down. One more down. And I'm not sure, do I want to display it like when you don't have an item, so it shows that? I don't know. Okay, but we do have it. Let's see, so we can still calculate these things. Let's put this up here. There we go. So now we should have a box. Okay, cool. All right. I think when we pick up stuff now, so let's say we pick up, well, maybe not pick up, maybe it's like tied to the inventory, like when something's added. Actually, the selectable item, maybe that's tied to the inventory instead of the player component, actually. Yeah, because that sort of makes sense, because the, yeah, it just makes sense in the way that I've structured things here. So we'll move this over here, because now we can say that when we add an item and it's a usable, we can have extra logic here, and we can say if select the, if this is if this is null, then we can set this to be S. There we go. So now whenever we pick up or we just add, it gets added to our inventory somehow, the selected item will be set to whatever thing we just picked up. So I think that makes a lot of sense. So now we have to say inventory instead here. And we can remove this. Use item. So we'll just return, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I can take a look at it. Let's see. Do you want me to take a look at it on stream, or do you want it to prefer it to be off stream? Let's see. Okay, yeah, back to the HUD. Now this is inventory instead. There we go. Alright, and now this is actually interesting also, because now it's like this is also saved in the save file at this point. So yeah. Wait. I thought I already did this quest. Did it get removed? Okay. We need to find a blueberry. There we go, and a straw, or yeah, no, a raspberry. There we go. I really need to fix, yeah, the text wrapping thing. I need to fix that. It shouldn't be too hard, actually. Trying to use, so we should have the ingredients now. Oh, we do have these. Okay, but that's fine. I need a health potion, thank you. There we go. So now we got that set, and I wonder if we should add like a can use as well, since we have full health now. It doesn't make sense to use the thing. So we should probably add some sort of can use item. We could make it public so that we can also use it for other purposes as well. Do we even need the registry? Why do we need the registry? To get the player? Right. Yeah, so we need a registry as well. And I guess the type as well. There we go. Return a bool. So if this is 0, we return false. Okay, so right now we can replace this. We'll say can use item. And if we cannot use the item, we don't use the item. Alright. So then we also switch on the type. We get the player, we get health. We return if health, max health is equal to health.health. Now, the thing about pending damage as well is interesting, because actually this kind of leads to a weird quirk. Like, let's say the pending damage, let's say you want to heal the same frame, you take a bunch of damage, right? So let's say you have an extremely dangerous monster that deals like 1,000 damage or something. And then you have a potion that gives you full heal. So if you manage to cast or drink the potion the same frame, you will cancel out the pending damage, even though the pending damage is way more than your total health. So I think it's probably, I don't know, it's just interesting. If you have a potion that heals more than your sort of total health, and then you have a monster that deals more damage than your total health, and you heal the same frame as you take the damage, you don't actually die, even though the damage would have been like lethal 2 times over, let's say. But since you healed 5 life, let's say, you still have maximum health. Okay, well, I'll just leave this like this. What I was thinking of doing is say have a function that says is max health, and returns a bool, and this would say if health is equal to max health. But do you want to calculate the pending damage into that? I think so, right? So this would be negative pending damage. So unless this is, if this is positive, then we're not at max health, and that means we can use it. Okay, there we go. So instead of doing this, we can say is max health, but we need to say not max health, because we can use the item if we're not at maximum health. Okay, and that should be that. So if we try and use it now, we shouldn't be able to use it. Yeah, there we go. Like RuneScape potions. I'm not aware of that. Is that how they work? Like if you take more damage than you have health, and or do you mean that you can't use them unless you have taken damage? Yeah, so now I can use it. Okay, cool. If you take damage and use the potion at the same time, you don't die. Oh, okay, nice. All right, cool. Let's see, I want to try this as well. I really need to add like some debug stuff in the game, maybe. Like a debug menu would be cool to have. Okay, so now that's 0, but it's still selected. Well, I guess it's fine. I was thinking of maybe setting it to null if, yeah, so that if here, for example, if get item amount usable item usable type is 0, and if actually this should be in remove item actually, yeah. So the same thing as add item. Here we have special case for usables. If get item amount is 0, and well, if selected item is equal to S and the amount is 0, then we set this to null. And I need to add requirements to that dialogue as well, so you can't just cheat to get a whole bunch of health potions. Alright. 1, 2. There we go. Now it disappeared, so we don't have anything selected. Okay, next step is to being able to select from this list. Like we don't have more than one. That's the only useful item we have right now. So, but it would be cool if we added a way to select an item from the grid, like that. Are you able to compile release with variables set to null? I was using a lot of optionals. Yes, there shouldn't be any issues with that. There we go, and it gets set back there. Okay, cool. Let's see, it starts to shape up there. Well, do we want to do the select grid thing now? Draw item, menu item, cell. Yeah, so the thing here is yeah, we have options. We could add into the options like if something is selected or not, I guess. Selected cell. Now, do we want a grid position or an index is the question. Oh, it's just passed down here. Selected cell. Selected index, I guess, because we have the index here. And it could be like null if nothing is selected. So then here we can say this. And if it's selected, we want to draw some sort of thing above this. Maybe. What does this do? So you need like the draw system. Draw rectangle. Oh, I see. Let's do that. Border rect. Sure, why not? Let's make this like yellow. If is selected, oops, we draw this like highlighted thing. Okay, let's see if that I mean, yeah, we don't know, we haven't set anything to be selected yet. I guess we could set it to true always. Hello Con, how's it going? How are your programming adventures going? It didn't do anything. I don't see any yellow borders. Wait. Draw rectangle solid. Hang on. No, I want to draw. Oh, this is weird. It's like the color is depending on. Okay, this function is very specific to something else. It's just that I can use the ArrayLib thing. It's just that it's I have to convert the thing to. I have to convert the rectangle and stuff. So draw rectangle. Let's do isn't there something like draw rectangle lines? Great, I'll read GLFW docs and then do some GUI. Okay, cool. I probably wanna try that out sometime. Okay, yeah, there is a draw rectangle lines, which takes X, Y, width, height line. Okay. Is there like draw rectangle lines? X with a rectangle. Okay. So it's like this X and then a rectangle and you are I was thinking if I had like 2 ArrayLib or something. Self top left. And then width is okay, now we can say 2 rated. There we go. Wait, draw rectangle lines X rectangle and then line thickness and then color. So this would be, I don't know, maybe 4. Color is yellow. Okay, let's try that. Or not. Oh. No? Wait. I guess I saw something. Look at the top left here. We get these tiny little things. I'm not sure if you see it, but it's yeah, that's the grid position in pixel position. So we need to scale this a little bit. So where do we do that actually? UI scale is 4, fine. What about, and then tile size, okay, which is defined on UI. Okay, so we probably want to do something here, like get pixel, so grid rect to pixel rect, I guess. Now I'm just gonna try and scale by the tile size for now. Grid rect to scale rect or pixel rect. What's the error here? UI 26. Oh. Where's that thing? Scale. Okay, so let's make a scale V, I guess. I don't know. Let's see if it works. Oh yeah, so scalar to, there we go. Let's see. Okay, something happened. Right, so the size is scaled but not the position. Right, so let's see, wait, here we are. Grid rect to pixel rect. So what we need to do is we need to also add rectangle top left. No, let's offset it first, I think. Top left times the size. Okay, and then we also want to scale it with where's the okay, config UI scale as well. Let's do this. Tile size. That's just a float, so we have to scalar that. There we go. So this is times S, and then we scale by S. Let's see if that works. Almost. Okay. Right, so I think that it's probably, as it seems to be a little bit off. But yeah, it's probably the position is wrong. So do we need to add like half of the size as well? Probably drawing using origin set to the middle. Yeah, I just thought it looked a bit weird since it was a little bit offset. See here, it's a little bit offset here, so I'm not sure what that comes from. Also, what the hell is happening here? Oh, because this is drawn over that, right? Where does that come from? I mean, it might be because of this weird, the scaling that I do with the size here. Maybe this is wrong. It's scaling out from like the center, so it's like it's a little bit weird. I think what we'll do is we'll just return a new thing. Top left is basically going to be the same as this, but times S, I think. Bottom right. Okay, we'll start there. No, this is bottom right. Well, actually, I don't know. Let's just try it. I can't think straight right now. I think I need a food break or something sooner. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Cool. So let's say, I guess we can increase this a little bit. Doesn't have to look perfect. It's just okay. There we go. So now we have a graphic there for selecting the thing. Okay, cool. So let's remove this. Now we need a way to be able to sort of navigate this now. So let's see. Well, I think we need to go to the menu. Actually, this is defined here. Menu state. So for usables, there's not really anything there. So I'm gonna say selected index, I guess. Or we could have selected grid. It's much easier to work with. So selected cell, I guess. And this is a vector of view size. Okay. And it's also nullable, set that to null. Okay. Then also we could also show the currently. So this is the selected cell in the menu, but we could also show another type of highlight, which is the one that is currently sort of selected in the game as well, like in the inventory. Where did we have it? Draw item cell. So this would selected index. I guess we could have like highlighted index as well then. So highlighted and selected. Is highlighted. So highlighted means the thing that we did now, basically, is highlighted. But then we can also have selected. And we will do, maybe this one will be like 4. And we scale it by like, no, wait. Is it? Oh wait, we can scale that one, that's right. So what I wanted to do was basically scale it down a little bit. I don't know. Like that. We'll see what that will look like. Okay, and then this one I'm gonna say this is white. So if it's selected, it's white. If it's highlighted, it's yellow. All right. So the highlight is like when you move around the cursor, and the selected is the one that's actually selected. As a usable item in the game. All right. Okay, but now we need to also populate this options here. Oh, this is upgrades. It's gonna be for usables. So is selected index and highlighted. And I need to create those. So I guess it depends on the amount of rows. Right now the rows I think are, or not the amount of rows, the cells per row is actually not the same for every. Yeah, we need to move this out. Let's just define it here so we can use it, because yeah, we need to say, we need to get like index to cell position, or no, the other way around. We need cell position to index. position is now a vector of useSize, and we get a useSize out, and so we will return position 0 is x plus 1 times cells per row. So it's not really that difficult. Okay, and then where was it? Over here. Selected index. Now we do have the player component here already. This one includes the, I guess we can call this highlighted, just to make it less confusing. Okay, now selected will be a bit different. Play component. Let's see, let's get rid of it, yeah. And then we need play component, inventory, selectable use by items. So I guess this could be null as well. This is that, but if we don't have it, then this is null. So I guess we have to check here if we have it. Otherwise this will be null. But if we do have it, then we can say, what do we say here? Yeah, how do we get the index? So this is where it's kind of tricky here, because when we draw these, we draw the item menu. What we do is we calculate this list. So what I'm thinking is maybe put this into a function. Get item list, item type list, and this will get something out. Item type payload. Item type tag. This is like, okay, this is this. Yes. And then I think we get like, we get types out. We get types out there. Or the the tags. Wait, what are these? Yeah, these are types or T's, I guess. Wait. No, this is a type. That's the payload type. And then we get the tags of that. Right, we get the subtypes of this item type here. Okay, so we actually get a whole bunch of these, I think, yeah. And of course it's constant. Right. And okay, it's even a thing here, so let's do oh man, this is maybe it's more easy to say type info function return type, or else void. really have to do this? Okay, so they're a bit convoluted here, but we do get the same thing, I think. Maybe there was too much weird stuff going on. I just want this list to be like available outside of this function. Maybe I would just do the same thing. Maybe I'll just copy this instead of doing all this crap. I don't know. Because now, in theory, I should be able to just say this and item type tag, and we get the same thing out. Yeah, the LSP can... it doesn't work. Okay, and then we get those. And then we get to say in the usable thing. We have the item types or item list, and this is usable. Okay. So then we have, so the point of here is I get all the different kinds of usable items here. So this is the list of types of usable items. So the point of doing that is because now we can get the index of this type. So we can say where in this list is this type. So index of selected item is gonna be well, that's the thing that we have here. So I think we could use mem here, and we can say index of scalar, and the type is this is wait, what the hell is the type? This is like the payload. Wait, I'm confusing myself. So we get the tags. What are the tags? What's this returning here? This is returning a bunch of T's. So it just returns like a list of T's. I'm actually kind of confused by this. Fields T. It's like the enum value, except it's like as the enum itself or something like that. Okay. I mean, I guess the compiler will say what type it is. But this is like the, I think this is just, you know, the tag payload of item type and usable, and then the slice is item list, and the value is item type. Yeah. No, it's not. Wait, it's a tag payload. Why does it need to be payload? Oh, because that's the subtype, right? So actually we could say that this is item usable types. Right, that makes way more sense. Yeah, we get a list of item usable types. That's just an enum. And then we match it with this, which should be item usable type. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now what do you return? You return a null optional usize. That's fine. Okay. That should be the selected index. Okay. So we could test that now. Let's see. But we do need highlighted index as well. Now what would that be? That will be from this structure here. So highlighted index is equal to cell position to index usables highlighted cell, except it's nullable, so we have to say if highlighted cell, no, if usables highlighted cell, we get highlighted cell out there, otherwise we say null. There we go. Let's go. So we don't have a way of like moving around yet, but we're sort of getting there. Menu 267, expected type found. Okay, here we go. We get some weird errors now. Should we just copy this port? Wait, expected type, yes. Found const inventory item type usable type. Oh, that's a no, that's a type info return type else void, right? Oh, so this is the expected type. So tags. No, we can't do this. We can't do this because this is like a generic function, I think. Yeah. You should be able to do this somehow. It's gonna be this, though. Yeah, since it's all like comp time, I'm just gonna do this. And then I can do type of list, right? We're sort of simulating. Or we can even do one better. We can do type of, and we just execute the code since it's comp time. Yeah, we return this type and we just return it there. Okay. That makes way more sense as well. All right. There you go. Now this is, well, we only have one item there, but it does seem to work. That's the selected one. And if we go and use it up, it should disappear. Yeah, so now it's not highlighted or I mean selected anymore. Okay, so let's check out. Well, let's now make the navigation part. Before that, I will add one more type of item, I think, for the usables. We only have one health potion. What would the other one be? I'm just gonna add like a test item here. just because I don't have I can't think of anything right now. If you can think of anything, please type it out. Let's add one, so we have one here. We have a bunch of test items. And then we have can use item, so test item, let's just return true. Use item, nothing's gonna happen, there we go. We finally linked GLFW, nice. In C++ or Zig. Okay, so now we have that. Will this compile now? No? Inventory 53. Alright, we don't have, okay. Animation. Where is the thing? So we need to specify an animation for test item. There's gonna be some naming conflict here I see in the future here. Let's also do like health potion, or maybe it's small gem or something, I don't know. No. Got some errors. Could not smell gem. Okay, that was a different type of gem. That could be an actual item. No, probably not. Okay, there we go. Okay, you don't see the gem because it's like a different size, so it's a bit differently rendered here. But anyway, we have it there. Okay, cool. And then if we go down here and we get a health potion, why is this like reset? This quest refuses to be saved. I wonder if that's if it's an issue. Couldn't load save file, invalid primitives. Oh. Let's just fix that real quick. Invalid primitives. Where did I... Couldn't load. Wait, what was the error message? Error, invalid primitives. Right. Oh, because of the... Okay, so... Okay, I see. Every time I update the inventory structure, the previous save file is now invalid, so it can't load it. So I have to redo everything. Okay, I see. That's something that we have to figure out if we're gonna have like... We're probably gonna have like versioned saves. Because I do have the technology built in the game editor that actually has like versioned documents, and so we could copy that entire logic over to here or make it into a library or something. Okay, but anyway, so Right, but let's go to menu, and there should be like handle input usable here. Oops. All right, so we need. Here's the thing. We don't really want to use this function though. So what we want to do is make another function that is basically like this function, except it can work on a grid. So let's make that. So basically, it's like abstracting well, the previous function is basically abstracting a list input, and you can see it being used here, where you have a list input. And it doesn't really need to know anything about the items themselves. It actually just needs to know the length of the list and which one is the current sort of selected one. So we start out like this, and then you get a bunch of events sort of out from it. So either we select an item or we accept, which means, yeah, we can do something. So we get an event and we do something based on what event we get. If we cancel, we do this. If there's no event, then we don't do anything. So my idea is that we do the same thing for like a grid, because that needs a little bit of different stuff. So probably we need length, as in how many cells. But then we also need like a row length. Okay. And the highlighted item is a vector now. There we go. And we get the input state. All this should be the same, except now we also need like left and right. Do we have those actually? No. Left is over here. Left face left. And then right is below menu. Have to be the same what do you call it, order. Okay, that should be good. Let's go back here. Wait. UI. Okay, so now we have those. And let's see. Is cancel on? Yeah, we even have like sounds being played in this at this point. Well, that's fine. Cancelled, otherwise no event. If length is 0, so that's basically if we don't actually have anything in here, I guess we can just cancel. That's the only thing we can do. Otherwise, we're checking these things. So we're checking if we're pressing up, left, or right, or down, or whatever. And so the item selected is now changed. If we have highlighted item, we get it out here. Right, so we need to change this a little bit here. So item selected. Actually, this is also now, this is going to be a vector. Oops, but this is the wrong. We need a new type for this. This is a vector to use size. There we go. Right, so this is now 2 variables. The first one is gonna be, well, I guess it's sort of wait. So what's gonna that's the question, like what's gonna happen if you press to the right? Do you wrap around? Do you go to the next row? Like what's gonna happen? So I think it's just gonna wrap around. Actually, it's gonna have sort of the same functionality here, except this is now 0 and 1, and then this is for. Ooh, it's gonna be a bit different. Like the number of cells. Like let's say you're at the last row. We can do this. Number of cells in row is gonna be if is last row. Wait, yeah. If we're on the row, if we're not on the last row, then this is gonna be row length. Otherwise, it's gonna be like number of cells. Divide. Well, is it like mod? Wait, what is this gonna be? It's probably like mod of row length. Yeah. Actually, this would be if number of cells is more than row length. No, if it's less than row length. No, wait. Okay, this is getting a bit complicated here. So if that's less than row length, then it's just number of cells. Else if we're on the last row, if we're not on the last row, then it's row length. Else is this. Yeah. Its last row is gonna be well, if we have highlighted index or highlighted item and the y position is equal, so I guess we need like the number of rows is number of cells over, this is gonna be like floor. This by row length. That's the number of rows, except it's not because it's +1. And then if this is number of rows -1, then we're on the last row. All right. Okay, this could probably be done way simpler, but I'm just trying to get these things so that over here I can say, it feels like this should be way easier, but over here we're gonna wrap around, and this is gonna be number of cells in row. And this is gonna be number of rows. I guess it's nice to have those things. All right. But here, also as you can see here, if up input is on, this is like a generic formula for all of these. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say over here we're gonna have for down is gonna modify. This is just gonna be copied over. This is gonna be added 1. Was that the thing? Was that what we had before? Okay, let's keep that in. This is gonna be added 1. Yeah, that's the same. Okay, cool. Right. Okay, and then we have like left. Which is now gonna be, so this will be there, and this is gonna be minus, and then is right, it's gonna be plus. Okay. Now let's so if there's no, there we go. If there's no, let's say, highlighted item, then we should also do something here. So the default for pressing up should be, should it always be like at the start? If you press up, like my idea here is that if you press up, then you end up at the last position. So we could have something like 0 and number of rows minus 1. So that's at the last position. I guess we could keep the same idea. And down is 0, 0. Left could be at the first row, but number of cells in row minus 1. And then over here is gonna be 0, 0 as well. Okay. And cancel and accept should be the same. So we should, this should work. Okay. Now we should just well, we'll figure it out. So now this one is using the grid input, and we need to specify the row length, which is cells per row, and then the number of cells, which is going to be also interesting. So this is going to be like item types or item list. What was it called? There we go. And that's just going to be item list.length. And this is this highlighted item. So this is going to be inventory usables dot highlighted cell. There we go. So now we should be able to move around the thing. Here we can say also we get item selected. Actually, hang on. No, this is, oops. This is grid event. Grid event there. Grid input event. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So this is a vector. So we get the selected item out here, right? So now we can set this to item selected. So if that is changed, we can update our own state for that. Accepted, we'll say, well, we actually need to get the player component now. We will say player component inventory selected usable item is going to be what is that going to be? Well, it's gonna be this converted into an item type. So what is that going to be? We need an index. Position is actually before all this, we're gonna set this to play components. No, yeah, inventory usables, high level cell, or else we don't really need to do anything, so we can just return false, I guess. Right? Because if we didn't have anything selected, we don't do anything. Let's see here. So we get the play component, we get the index. This would now be useful item. So that's the cell position. So we're converting the cell position to the index. Yes. Then we get the item type. It's going to be item type list something there. Usables or usable index. So that is now the item type there. Okay, and then this is now the item type there. There we go. A little bit convoluted to get it converted there, but that's fine. It's not super big of a deal. All right, cancel. We don't do anything. There we go. So if this changes, we don't. That doesn't really do anything strange to the pointer pointers or anything. Let's see. All right, yeah, that should actually be it, I think. Let's see if we can run this now. Would be cool if this actually worked first time. Whoa. Whoa, look at this. Oh, okay, so it crashes if I press to the right if there are no items selected. Interesting. You can finally start doing GUI. Cool. So you didn't answer me. Was it in Zig or in C++? There's only one correct answer to that. No, I'm just joking. Okay, why is this a problem? Okay, let's read the actual crash message here. Handle input mode. Yeah, what's the error message? Division by 0. Oh. I think it's, I mean, if you try it, it's probably actually easier than C++. I don't know. I tried, actually, you know what? I'm gonna show you something as well. Because I did do a little bit of test in C. Because yesterday, I think it was, we talked about the safety things that SIG has. Now, I did say that SIG can do some safety things that C can't. Well, that's probably true in other cases, but for that case that I was talking about, like if you have a mutable variable, it can be mutated, of course. If you have a constant variable that you pass into a function that only takes mutables, then that's an error, of course. But if you yeah, I'll just show you here. So I did some test here. Also, this is pretty easy. So, you know, I have the C function here, or C thing, like a C program, right? And so it only has this main function and a bunch of this entire thing here. It's 32 lines of code here. But if I just say this, ignore these things. Well, if I do this, I will build the C file with sig. So you don't need anything else. You just need main.sig, main.c. You don't need like anything else. You just need this is the only thing that exists in here. So that's nice. Also, you know, a sign that sig actually has an impact is that a lot of C libraries and C, well, I'm not sure about C++, but a lot of C libraries are now adding a build.sig file in their repository, so that it's easier to import into Zig. And maybe they even, I think maybe they even like change compiler to Zig. Maybe that's the reason why they do it, because it's like, I guess it's easier. It's in fact so easy that you can use Zig. You know, it's very much easier. It to the point that they actually add a build.zig file in order to use Zig to build it. So that tells you something, you know, about the comparison there. But anyway, back to the example here. So, well, let's make another one. Okay, so let's do like int x equals 5, and then add 5x. Whoops. Come on, include this shit. I think it's like this, and then x. Okay, is that enough? No. Oh yeah, add 5 doesn't exist, so void add 5 int pointer to an x. X is plus equal to 5. There we go. There we go. And we can run it as well, or not. There we go. All right, so there you can see, yeah, I'm writing C, but it's not gonna be for long. Okay, so here we can see, sorry, that we get a 10 out, okay? And so now if we break this down, so we have a function add 5. We have an integer pointer. Now both the pointer and the contents of the pointer are like mutable. However, I didn't know this, but in C you can actually add a const qualifier or whatever it's called to this thing. Remove void. Well, I'm just following an example. I know that you don't really have to have this here, but it's I don't know what the difference is. I don't think there is a difference, but whatever. It's whatever. Yeah, I mean, I know it exists in C++ that you had a bunch of different const thing. I didn't know it was in C. And so so I'm just comparing this to Zig, because I mentioned yesterday that I thought that this wasn't possible in C, but it turns out I did some testing and it is actually possible. However, it's a little bit different. So this is now a pointer to a constant int, so you can't actually change this. This is now going to be an error because we're trying to change a constant. So this is an error. Yeah. All right. Fine. However, if we remove this, now we have a thing there. So if we say that now this is constant, you can say that this is a constant now. So constant int x, so it should not change. But it still runs. We get a warning instead. Now in Zig, this would be an error. And it would say that, yeah, you're trying to pass a constant, a pointer to a constant into a function that takes a pointer to a mutable variable. So that's an error in Zig, but here is just a warning. And not only that, it actually runs, but the output is like a bit unexpected, I would say. I mean, depending on what you want. Because it sets this to 5, okay? Then we're adding 5 to it, but it still says 5 because I guess that because this is a constant, so it doesn't actually change it somehow here. Write the Zig compiler in C or Zig. Are you crazy? Okay, but yeah. So I was just showcasing here sort of I had a misconception that that const didn't exist in C. I don't know where I got that, but I don't have a lot of experience in C. And I did try, let's go to the other file here. I did try about having structs as well and passing like members of the structs. They keep the const sort of qualifier. So that actually is just like Zig, except sometimes it's a warning in C while it's an error in Zig. Also, I tested the exhaustive thing in C as well, and that's also a little bit weird. So, well, not also weird, but it's like you can see here that I'm testing compiler here, or running the test here. So we have a main function, we have a struct. Well, don't care about the struct really. We care about this enum thing. So I have an enum with 1, 2, 3 here. All right. Now, if you have an enum in Zig and you have a switch on it, and you don't cover all the cases, it will actually complain, and you get a compiler error saying you have to cover all the cases. Or you can have an else, but in C it's called default. In Zig it's called else. An else clause here that handles all like the rest of the thing. But curiously, let's say we add 1 for 2 here. And okay, did it actually do anything? What's happening here? What if we change this to 2? Will it? Okay, so it doesn't complain, and I'm guessing it's because we don't have this switch enum warning. Now we get a warning here saying that enumeration value 3 is not explicitly handled in switch. So you have to add a specific warning here, but it's still not going to be an error, it's going to be a warning. So that's, I didn't think that C actually had this, but you can enable this flag to get this warning. However, there's a caveat as well. If you remove the default case, I don't get the warning. So that's weird to me, because it's like you remove the default case. That's like you're removing cases. Like, what's gonna happen if it's case 3 now? I don't actually know. I guess it just falls through and continues down here. Wait, what's happening here? No case matching constant switch condition 2. So okay, so 2 is like, if it's like 0 index, this means well, it's talking about the value of 3 here, which is 2. So I guess it's still, if you're actually using it, but it's like it doesn't. Okay. So if you do this, it's a warning. Okay, that's interesting. All I got from this is that Zig is very picky. I mean, I think that having this, having you have to handle the switch cases, I think is really, really good, because it forces you to actually handle those cases where you need to do it and not be lazy and run into problems later on. So I think that's a really good thing. And another very good thing about it is that you get automatically, let's say you want to add a new item type or whatever in your game, you get all these automatically, a list of places where you have to implement a new case, which is insanely good. So it's insanely like helpful. But I wanted to sort of correct myself there and say that, yeah, you can have constant here you can have constant, well, let's show here. So you can have constant variables in constant and mutable variables in C, and you can pass them to functions that receives the thing. But I will say that I think Sig has sort of made this more I don't know how I would say, like streamlined or whatever. So I would rather use the Sig version of this than use this here. But that's just what I'm used to. Also, Sig doesn't allow this. Like if you have, let's say, I don't know, some function here, and you have int x. Now in Zig, this is actually a constant by default. If you want it to be mutable, you have to pass in as a pointer here. So this is like saying this. It's like in Zig, it's constant by default, like this. Everything that has a type like this is a constant. All right. So I think that's good, because obviously the other type is not needed. Yeah, but anyway. And I also wanted to show that it's very easy to just compile C now. Which before, I mean, it's probably pretty easy in this example to do something like, I don't know, maybe this. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. But anyway, I just like using the Sig compiler to do that. Okay, let's see. But I think, yeah, the Sig build system is pretty nice. And yeah, as I said, a lot of like libraries are actually migrating to use Sig instead, which is interesting. All right, so wait, did we solve this issue? I don't think so. What was the actual issue here? No field. Wait. Okay, there is some weird state that is able to happen here. So I'm not sure why. Alright, I'm just gonna grab a cup of coffee and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm guessing it has something to do with the things here. Let's just go through this again here. Maybe there's something weird with the number of rows and stuff here. So I'll log this out. Maybe number of rows is last row, number of cells. So number of rows is last row. And you know, I could just also, instead of doing all these weird calculations, I could also like make the grid be always a sort of full rectangle. Like here, for example, we're not allowing you know, this to be empty. It's always gonna fill out, because then you can work with, you know, the row is always the same length. But yeah, there it wraps around. If I press down, it goes like over the thing, which I don't think is supposed to happen. So let's check this. Number of rows is 2. That's wrong. Okay. So number of cells over row length. Number of cells is like 2 and row length is 2. That should be 1. But we're flooring it. Okay. So in the case where they're equal, it's different. Okay. So we should really have a ceiling here, actually. This should really be like ceiling. Is this? There is no div ceiling. And these are like integers, so I have to sort of convert them to. Is there something with math div ceiling? Okay, there is a div ceiling in here. There can be an error. What's the error? Overflow or 0? Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Now I think that should be good. Hopefully. I always say that. Let's see. Expected 3 or what? Oh, we need a type. Okay. Size. That's also one thing. I wish that sometimes that Zig had like type inference. Because sometimes it just feels like extra work for basically nothing. Except like a little bit of like visibility on what's happening. I mean, it does have type inference in some cases, but okay. Number of rows 1, last row true. Number of cells in row 0. Interesting. So if number of cells is less than row length, then it's number of cells. I guess we could say this also covers that case. Else if we're not in the last row. So if last row is true, that's fine. Otherwise we do mod of number of cells by row length. But if they are the same, then it's 0. Well, wait, is this So is this wrong then? Like 0 cells is 0. Row length is also 0. But then in the middle it should be fine. So as long, so if, yeah, okay, so this should be, wait. Like, so this is only in the case where they're actually, no. If number of cells, yeah, if this is equal to 0, okay. Number of cells in last row is equal to, let's make this, oh my god, this is so convoluted. Number of cells in last row. If no, god damn it. Let's make this var. If this is 0, then we set it to row length, because then we know it's row length. There has to be some better way of doing this. Also, let's invert this. Okay, this is now not necessary, because if we're on the last row, we should use this number here, which should be correct. Alright, so if we're on the last row, we have number of cells in the last row, otherwise we have row length. Okay. That works. Okay, cool. The only thing is that you can't... Wait, I never selected anything. Oh, I see. So selecting goes out. No, wait. What am I saying? Oh, the accept button and the switch thing is the same. Wait, so if I switch, it's gonna... Okay, that's weird. Hang on. Let's go back to menu here. So that's the highlighted cell in the menu, and here's only if it's accepted. And that is this one. But that's the same as moving between the menus. So actually, but here it doesn't move because of something. All right. Yes, handle switch. This happens first, and since this has the same mapping as accept, this doesn't work. So I will just change the mapping here. Let's do like, well, let's change these to be like, I don't know, page up, page down. Okay, maybe that doesn't. Oh, it's probably like this. Oops. Okay, so I can change with that. Okay, now it doesn't do that. So I can now set the item based on this. Okay, so now I have 3 of those. I use some of those. I can set it back to this one. Okay, so I can now change the item. Yay! It works finally. All right, cool. Okay, let's remove this now. Okay. All right. Okay, so what now? We have like usable items and stuff. I'm not actually sure what the next step will be now. Like for the inventory part, we have, let's see if the control works. Okay, it works now. No? It worked for like 2 seconds and then it failed. Why is that? Okay, let me try and restart the controller. So now the keyboard works. Man, why is this giving me issues now? Is it like connecting to something else or what's going on? Okay, whatever. All right, let's see. Okay, maybe the text wrapping would be nice to do. You can see here we have a notification thing. The text is not wrapping around here. Also in here we get this text wrapping not doing its thing here. Now the good thing is that I'm using a monospaced font, which means that it's going to be pretty easy to calculate how to wrap things. The only thing is, well, I say easy now. Also, there's a typo here, but we also need to worry about, like, okay, we want to wrap. Where do we wrap? We want to cut off here and remove this space. So there's those things as well. So that's going to be interesting to find out how to do. Maybe we'll have like an iterator that iterates every word, like between every white space, and it calculates first that, okay, do you have space to, so we go through here and we say, okay, do we have space to print this at here? How much space do we have left? Okay, we do. Okay, print it. Okay, next one. Okay, we don't. Then we do yeah, we go through to the next row and we start over here. That feels like it should be good. Okay, so probably something we want to add in the UI library here. Do we have anything with text or something? Draw text. So we have draw text here and we have options. Let's add like wrapping. is a bool, and we set it to true. Now we probably need also to then specify how much space we have to wrap in there. So we probably need more information. So make this a nullable, and oops, this would be area. I guess width is the only thing that we actually need to know. Is that the only thing? So then we can just say this, I guess. Well, let's do this to make it very clear what's happening. Okay, so, and then we set it to, well, we can't set it to true now because we don't know what the width will be. So let's set it to null. Okay, and then, yeah, so we can't just draw the thing. What we need to do is we need to measure. Yeah, we also have centered, which is kind of weird with wrapping. Like if we're centered and we're wrapping, do we just we will log an error saying drawing text centered and wrapped is not supported, and then we quit. Okay. More C code? No. It's SIG all the way now. If you squint with your eyes, it is actually C here. All right, so let's see what's happening here. P is just a position, right? So that's our starting point. So we need to say, okay, let's do this. If options wrapping or wrapped, wrapped, I don't know, it does, whatever. If we are wrapped, we get the wrapped options out, and we do that. Otherwise we just draw it like usually. And so here we have draw text wrapped. Position, font size, the spacing. I guess we put the color in there, and we also need the width. So wrap.width, or we can just pass the entire wrap thing. So now we have a function called draw text wrapped. Font. Oops. Stupid C messing up my type annotations there. Okay, we have text. So this is a 0 sentinel string. We have position, a vector. We have font size. Excuse me. So float, wrapped, which is the wrapped options struct thing. Let's just copy that over here. There we go. All right. So Now, let's see. So I think we need some sort of word iterator. And there is something here. Split iterator. So we can do this. There's also like different like iterators, token into iterator, window. It's not gonna be a window. I think Windows like something else. It could be split. I don't remember if you pass in like one thing or what you're doing. Delimiter type. Now how does this work? Delimiter type, sequence. Oh, I see. Sequence any delimiter. Okay. So you will say any, I think, if we want to do whatever we want to do. So I want any sort of white space, basically. Right? So we're constructing our type here, basically. So any means we have a slice, scalar. I mean, really, we should probably only use spaces. So, but I wonder if what scalar means if you get more than one in a row. So if we have any index of any position, right, it takes any of those. Now, does it also discard any that matches in the start? Or does it discard the rest? Any position. This is just the start of the delimiter. Delimiter length is equal and it's 1. So this looks like if you put in any and a space, what if you have 2 spaces? Then it's gonna be like 1 for every. I guess it doesn't really matter since we get an empty string basically. Okay, so let's do like scalar then, because it doesn't matter. Scalar. No. Okay. Okay, so buffer is gonna be text. It's gonna be this. Delimiter is a space. Okay. Oops. Right. I wonder if I have to pointer cast the buffer there. Or we just say this. Yeah, because we have to do everyone. Yeah. This is only used like in here. Buff print. Oh, I see. That's the only one they have actually. Well, I guess in worst case you can just do this, I guess. And it will coerce it, I think. Okay, yeah. So we got our iterator. I was just checking here if we need to do anything else. Index is probably like what? Like how do you actually create this type? Is like the question. Split sequence. This makes This has delimiter, sequence, split any, split scalar. Okay, so you just call split scalar instead. So split scalar is the thing you want to call. U8 buffer is text, delimiter is space. Okay, there we go. So now we don't have to worry about the inner workings of that. There we go. Okay, so that is our iterator. And now we can do while word iterator.next. We get our word out. I'm calling it word, but it could be. It's just a space, whatever thing. Okay, so if I'm just gonna do it like this. If the length is 0, we just continue. Okay. Otherwise, now we need to measure the size. So let's do width is gonna be measure. Oh, we don't get this here, so measure. Oh, we don't have it. Let's copy it from this project here. Okay. So it's basically just text and text height. So, very interesting. We don't put the font in and stuff. Okay, let me check the browser. Or the documentation here. So, measure text. Measure text. There should be like a separate, here we go, X, and then you put font, text, font size, and spacing. Okay. So it's X, and we have font. Was that supposed to be a pointer? Or no, it's not. Okay. And text, text height or font size. And spacing is that. Okay, so there we got our measurement. Oh, and we even get like this is actually not width, this is actually size. No. But the width is size.x. Okay, whatever. So we got the size out. Now we need to say, okay, so if the size is less than or equal, I guess, available space, then we draw it. So we draw font. We have to make a word Z as well, and we need to make some sort of position happening here. Font size, text spacing, and color. Oh yeah, we need color as well. All right. So then we just draw it, and then we also advance. We take this is less than or equal to size. Do we want to include a space at the end? Otherwise we have to measure a space every time. No, let's just measure, I guess we measure a space here. That's the space size, I guess. So this would be size plus the space size. But it could be like we also include spacing, I guess. So spacing times, is it times 2 then, or is it times 1? Whereas you draw a word, and we add a space. That should be like space size plus the spacing times 2, right? So we're only interested in X, so we'll grab you. That's fine. Okay, anyway, so let's see. Let's also just grab the X proportion there. Proportion. There we go. So this is width, and this is space. Space width. I guess this would be more like delimiter width, technically more, because it's like not only the entire space, it's also adding spacing between. Okay, so we're drawing the word. Now we need the actual word as well. So we need the word is gonna be let's just make a buffer here. We'll make a buffer up here. This is, I don't know, we don't need that much. And the word is going to be standard format. Buff print set buffer format, and this is going to be the word. All right. Oh yeah, and this, okay. We'll measure on the word here. Actually, we need a word over here. Okay. Yeah, available space. Okay, so we need available space. Right now, it's gonna be wrapped with, that's the available space. Okay. If we don't have available space, what's going to happen is that available space is equal to 0. No. Oh yeah, we also need like the position. So this is going to be starting at, where is that? Starting at position, right? And then here available space is added. Position dot, no, position set. Wait. Set x of width. It's gonna be with, no, not width, position. It's gonna be x of position plus, wait, can we just say p is, yeah, we can do that. So let's do, this would be, what would this be, like next, next x, or next, well, next, no, what would this be, like jump width? I don't know what to call this. And then this gets added. There we go. Okay. Then here P will be set to C. Well, it's going to be set to position. Back to position. Well. Okay. We'll draw at the position. We'll calculate this again and do that again. So this part can be, Well, actually, this whole part can be moved out here, and the only thing that remains is this. So if this is more, then we do this. And wrapped width. So we reset that. We draw based on whatever, and then we do this again. Okay. Is that enough? Does this work? I don't know. Wait, do we have leaks? There's a leak. Array hash map. Okay, I'll not look at that for now. All right, so now we can start use this. Let's go to quests, and wherever we have like this, now let's remove this. Okay, I guess we can still have things like this, but it's gonna be a bit weird. Maybe we'll split on lines as well. I don't know. Okay, well, whatever. Where is the thing? Here. Well, let's keep this. All right. Notifications. Let's go here and let's see. Draw text. Now, what would the width be here? Actually, it's gonna be this. Now the question is, do we add? Do we have like this? Is probably better if it's like the tile. Actually, yeah, the grid width and or the tile width, not the like pixel width. So I think what we do is we say, well, this is wrapped available space, so this is going to be times the tile size like this. Area size. Is it only by 2? That feels very small. Size. But does this, is this gonna be translating into, no, we're not scaling anything here, so we can use this maybe. Well, maybe this is enough. Okay, well, width is gonna be area size. There. Okay, let's try this. We'll remove, oops. Wait, what's happening here? Oh. Let's remove the save file and we'll try this again. Oh, we got some compiler errors. Dialog 143. Missing struct field wrapped. Wait, I thought I need to default it to null. There we go. Expected type. Oh, let's just catch unreachable. We're not gonna run out of buffer there. Not for one word. Okay. Let's see if it works. Okay, no. Wait. Maybe I added it in the wrong place. Notification. Wait. Now this is, it was only for draw new area. Right, here we go. Oh, that makes sense. Draw new area is like a smaller thing. So this would be draw text. The header shouldn't wrap really. This text, this is the text here. This should be the x of rect size. There we go. So that's the quest notification. Right, that's common between all the quest notifications. Well, yeah, it works, except it doesn't. It doesn't move the thing down. Okay. Let's see if I can make this work here before I have to go in like 15 minutes here. Let's see. Where's this? Well, this is the thing, right? So when we do this, P should actually jump down. So this should be this plus however many. Actually, you know what? This should be init, and then 0 is going to be x of position. Y is going to be y of p. Plus 1 times whatever we have, like the line height or whatever. So that's gonna be like font size. I don't really know, like maybe plus spacing. We don't really have like line height. Font size times the scale time. Okay. Okay, whatever. Let's just wing it here. Let's just say font size. Sure, why not? Hello, Last Goblin 23. I really like your Vim configs. Can you share your dot files? Well, I have a kind of I have a it's Neo Vim for one, so I'm not sure if that puts a damper in your idea there. but it's yeah, I have like a GitHub project or a GitHub repo with my config, but it's not publicly available basically. But I might try and do something that could be available if you give me some time. Yes. So are you are you using NeoVim and not Vim, because that won't work. Also, what is specifically, what do you like specifically? I'm interested to know. Wait, so yes, so now we go down a little bit there, and we go down by this, fine, and yeah, I think that should be good. I mean, we could also, yeah, I could have done like plus, no. Oh, whatever. Oh, I have to remove my save file again. Okay, interesting. So it sort of works, except it's always not available. The space is always not available. So available space, yeah, is times. Oh, I need to also scale it by. This UI scale. There we go. All right. Maybe that will work. We'll see. Oh yeah, I need to remove my save file again. There we go. Hey, it works. I think we need to adjust the line height a little bit, but yeah, awesome. So now we can go ahead and add that to everywhere we have our like draw text function. Let's see. Yeah. One unique, 2 stable LSPC completions, 3 Lua line is clean, 4 Tmax switch window matching the theme, and also minimal. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so that's actually pretty interesting. So if I go to my C project here, you can see that the theme, the color theme actually changed depending on the well, I wrote this thing that changes the color scheme based on the type of file. So for C it looks like this. I haven't done anything for C, so I think it has like this has like the yeah, Tokyo Night. What is this? And this is melange. No, I have not. No basic. I've done everything from scratch, but I do have some. Well, I do have a bunch of plugins like Telescope, and I did also work on getting like the start time down to very very low times, because yeah, I feel like it should be this kind of lightweight start, which feels very very nice. Yeah, the theme switching thing I did myself. Let's see. But not this status line I have not made myself. That was just something, I don't remember which one it is. And yeah, so basically, and I've also disabled like line numbers, because I feel like they are sort of distracting. Also like the virtual text, like getting a bunch of warnings and errors popping up in while you're coding is super distracting. So I also disabled that. But yeah, I basically went through. I had a phase where I went through and just made my own config and made everything how I wanted it to be, basically. Well, up until now at least. But I'll look into if I can make something available there. Let's see. Basically, yeah, all of the draw text. I wanna add something here. So yeah, it's just gonna be like, I don't know. That's not gonna be it. Where is this gonna be? Rect size, maybe? What is this function actually? Draw list? Oh. Well, we might not want to wrap that. That's gonna be weird. Okay. Notification, that should already be handled. Draw text. Wait, I have this function. We're not using this. Oh, I see. It's like its own thing. So this should be wrapping. Oh, but not, except because it's centered. Okay. Menu. Here we have a bunch of draw text. Centered is true. Forget about that. No. This one is draw item cell. No, that's just the amount. This one though, the description of the quest, yeah, this should be wrapped. So this should be wrapped, and it should have a width of size. There we go. Maybe a topic of a stream sometime. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Oh shit! I need to actually bail out here. There's just a small amount of things left here. X, we don't care. This is amount. This is also amount. This is the name of something. Dialogue. The name. No, that doesn't need to be wrapped. This, however, needs to be wrapped. Width equal to what? Dialogue rect. Oh man. What is the get dialogue rect? Okay. Oops, I'm recording a thing there. So this is just the, well, it's gonna be X, there's gonna be width of the rect. There we go. Wait, did I do something wrong here? No. Okay, will that work now? It's the question. Okay, yeah, I'll continue this later, but I have to go now. But thank you very much for joining me, and it was a nice session today. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you later.